I hope it works. There. Wow. Wow, it's super bright. Super duper bright. Everything seems to be working though, so yeah. Oh boy. How am I even gonna do this properly? Not the best environment for... yeah. Okay, now we need my floating windows. Holy crap. I'll change this to display too. Alright. Let's float this up here. Where's the camera? Oh my god. It's so bad. It's terrible. Oh, hi there. You changed your name. Oh, welcome to the stream. It's a little laggy where I am, so not as high fidelity as my previous streams. Let's turn down the brightness a notch. 98% should be good. Man, is it super duper bright. Thank you. Ugh. Okay. Oh. Crazy how bright it is. Hi there, Jinx Raven. Avok. Oh wow, my computer is super not happy with streaming while I'm here, and I have Unity open, which I need to close. Let me just close Unity real quick. It's save, save, and then exit this one. Alright, that should free up some resources that I hope is able to increase my frames. I can't exactly show TikTok how nice this place is because of my limited screen ratio. In Pangasinan, it's gonna rain. Here, it's super bright. Oh. Right. I don't expect a lot of people's gonna appear in today's stream, but okay, my visual marker would be that thing right there. Do you guys want to see? Have a better view. So, here. I'm on top right now. There's a ravine down there. I am currently topside in the desert. And I'm in my couch, yes. My couch in the middle of nowhere. Okay, have fun in VRC. Oh, this actually protect. Oh, and of course, my music changes. Maybe I can actually play a different tune this time. Whoops. And that chat answers what sort of music I am in. Ah, yes. Buying VR. Thank you so much, Error. I hope so too. You know, the funny thing is, I am streaming in a public instance. Well, not really public, but public to all Furality ticket goers. Jade, I am actually here. I can go down into town and show you, but let's start off the stream here. So let's go into pin number 2. Nope, that's 2. So let me show you. That's me, right? That's me. Alright, so over there, down there, is the village. That's where the people are. Over there. As you can see, I'm here on the ledge.
How are you rolling in so fast? I guess. Like that was very.
Right.
Yeah, just jump off and break your legs.
Uh-oh, we have people. Okay, I'm gonna set this as camera. So as camera 2, so you guys can see the overlook. Okay. Wait, should it be higher? There we go. Alright, let's set this as pin number 2. This is 3. This is pin 1. Ah, my overlays disappeared. What happened? Did I accidentally close it? I think I did. Big whoopsie. Alright, lock. Let's place it here. Settings, lock input, lock and capacity. Packing space. Oh, no, that's terrible. How do I grab it? Oh no! Oh no! Oh! That looks like you're gonna see the town, chat. Oh shit. Pin 2 is on top. Pin 3 is... Well, let's set pin 3 as my POV. Alright. Yep. Let's go right here. Funny thing is, a bunch of my friends are actually here. I hope this does not override my settings. So... Oh, nope. Let's make it turn up. Here. A better view. I bet the people on Twitch can fully admire what I'm seeing. Here. You see that? What a view. Incredible, isn't it? There are people. Yep. There are people here. I don't know. I am in a public instance. Also, thank you for the rainbow. Do you want me to go proceed? Okay. So inside here is the city, the town. You guys really have to view this on Twitch so you can see it properly. But Gail, can you see this? Is it? Is that the Biscuit Fister? Oh no way! Wait, it's holy shit! That's one of the guys I follow. He makes like super funny content. Of course, you can't see him. Okay. White diamonds. The white diamonds are avatars that have not loaded. Here. A better view of the town. Thank you for the follow. I need to enable his avatar. He's special. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Hi, Ace. I know. Evoke. It's here. He makes such funny stuff. I love him. Oh no. It makes me realize how small the world is. Hi there, Fluffy. So yeah, there's the people. Let's go around and show you more. Well, this is the what's this? Like the village. Oh, that's where the buildings are, up there. Oh, let's go up there. Hi, good morning. Now, I know my streams are a little different from usual because I'm actually going around. If any of you have watched Guardians of the Galaxy, this place looks a little bit like nowhere. Pretty cool. It's 1:22 p.m. I'm starting to think, where should I stream? Should I stream in one of the buildings or should I go back to the desert? This place seems pretty nice. Let's go here. Yep, I'm finally here. I'm in the village. There's people.
Yeah. I saw this one earlier. I was like, oh my gosh, I want this so much. I want it. It looks good. Hello.
Hey there.
I mean, look at this. I mean, it looks like for you, but it's like low res for me still, but it's like still good enough for me to want to eat it.
Let's move around. Now, personally, I had a nice spot that I found before. It's somewhere up there. Like, up there.
I don't know what that is. We get the green there too. Nice green touch. Yeah, the green touch. Touch your green grass in your food.
It's a little strange because I'm in a place with people. And my music is changing to something. There we go. Ah. I know, Nika, I know. Look at this place. You have to see it through Twitch to really admire it. Damn. Nice, Ace. Thanks. Well, we're back here. I think this is the most picturesque spot. No, let's go to the... Let's go over there.
They're amazing.
I wait
Oh.
for my friends to like make
Ang init. Mainit nga. It's super hot here. So... Here, this is the money shot. There we go. Could I stream here, I wonder? Or should I go back to my spot from earlier? Yeah, we are in the gorge. I wonder if my pins are still active. Oh, that's the one. See? You see this, chat? I am inside that crack. If you look down... See? I will, Ace. I'm surprised I'm bumping into people I've never considered real. It's still over my head how... That was phrased very poorly. Should we go back? Oh, I am being searched for by Celestial Nova. Oh no. Alright. We're going back up. See if I can do it. Okay. Camera 1. Alright, back to the spot. Upsy daisy. So, yes, I wanted to go back here because I didn't want chat to pick up the conversations from other people. Yeah, but hi. Oh, this is one of my viewers. Finally met. We've met earlier. And we meet again. Here, let me get a proper view. Pin 2. There we are.
Oh, I can't see where your camera went.
Yeah, just go here.
Oh, there it is.
I'm sorry,
I'll leave you be
TikTok.
since you're streaming.
Alright, you go have fun, okay?
Nah, you're good.
I'll catch you later.
Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna go have some fun. I'll finally explore without crashing. Let's go.
Yeah. Right. So, what do you think of the view, chat? What do you think of the village? It's pretty cool, huh? Well, of course. Where am I? What did I do? Why am I back here? Let me go back down there to the spot. I may have clicked respawn for some odd reason. What do you know? If it isn't Kakarooch. Welcome to my hot stream, because I'm in the desert. Oh, my mouth's not syncing because I have Viseams on there. Hop, Papa. There we go. You okay there, buddy? You got this. Make the jump. It's probably just 50 feet high. Your legs won't break. There you go. He seemed like he was hesitating about going down into the village. Ah. POV fall damage. How do I wait? How do I move this? This thing so. Ugh. There we go. Nika, not mute. The other option. Oh yeah, the music's a bit different. I think you like my old one better. You're right. 50 feet is indeed probably something you could take with some tape and sticks and a pillow on your butt in case you slip when you land. Yeah. Oh, so it's actually so bright in my point of view. Hi there, Flame. This is probably just gonna be a short stream. As you can see, my frames aren't the best because I am indeed in a public world. Where did it go? Can't see the camera, huh? There it is. Silly little thing. Is it too zoom? Oh, it's too zoomed out. No wonder. There we go. I can't see it. Oh my god, it's just so burning white everywhere I look. Ugh. Furality is indeed packed, Ace. Honestly, me and some friends were waiting for the magic to happen. It's still a little dull, as you would expect from nothing but desertscape. The little refuge of a town that I was just in earlier, if you tuned in my stream a few minutes ago, had a lot of life in it. Here. Everyone new in chat. Hello. Oops. I need to lock that. Where is my lock? There. So yeah, I am currently in the Overlook, over the village of Umbra. It's quite the view. Really quite the view. From what I've gathered in the lore, over there, see that thing? That's been part of the space program since the 1950s, the late 1950s. And, well, we are in... I forgot the name of the world. I forgot the details. I wasn't paying attention as much. But yeah. Who's that? I thought it was Celestial for a moment. This should be better, eh? Closer look. Really? Did I close it again? I keep on accidentally closing the windows. But it shouldn't be affected. Hmm. So, Chan, I have a question. How many of you are actually going here to Furality? Oh, I see. Sure, Flame, sure. Why not? Evoke says they would attend, but they're going to a lake tomorrow. So they have to wake up early. I see. I can stay in the world for more than 2 minutes. No, 20 minutes. It's too bright. Well, Ace, look at where I am. If I could only get any whiter. Yeah, the town is fairly shaded though. So you should not have any problems. No, I'm fine. It does feel hot though. A deadly broad spectrum wide sweeping laser. Oh, I suppose you guys haven't seen the eclipse, huh? I mean, rather, the eclipse that's about to happen. Here, let me give you a better view. You see that? Here, so you can take a closer look. Those things are getting closer. Very close. Yep, an eclipse is about to happen. I could have sworn it was further the other day. I'm not sure when exactly it's going to occur, but I'm fairly excited to see what happenings are gonna happen once it does. Let me pan back the camera to me because we wouldn't want to burn your eyes from how bright it is. There's also a tower over there. It's quite large. It's super far away. Hello, Alestina.
Alright, Batman, what are you doing up here perched on the top of a rock?
Oh, and we have a guest.
What's your
Hello.
deal?
Oh, I'm streaming. I'm just showing chat what the village of Umbra has in store. There's way too much people down there, so I prefer the quietness of being perched up here. I take it you're a friend of
Find
Viva.
a little bit of a quieter place.
I
Viva
wish.
Mechanica?
Yeah, Viva. I think she's down there last I
Yeah,
checked.
I know Viva Mechanica. She's my friend. We're in
Yeah.
the Discord and we make these little guys.
Yeah, the phonodroid.
phonodroids.
How do you pronounce it? Yeah, phonodroids, yes. Hold on, let me change the camera chat so you can see who I'm talking to. Pins, and... Of course it's not gonna show. Wait, 1 second. I'm bad at this.
It's alright.
Okay, this here
At some point.
is a phonodroid. Looks cool.
Ooh. Hey, do you have avatar interactions built in?
Don't know why. What's up?
Try pressing the buttons.
We shall press the buttons, chat. Oh, I'm physically hitting my aquarium. Wait.
Have them.
It doesn't work. Wait. It doesn't want to move.
Okay, if you have the avatar interaction coding, you would be able
Okay.
to press the buttons, and then this would happen.
Oh,
Open the
and
record tray.
can you change the... Wait, there's no audio sources in this world, unfortunately. So...
Unfortunately, there are
Yeah.
people who are working on changing records and playing songs. I think probably do something like "Fly Me to the Moon"
Mhm.
for starter. We have a very talented community at Phonodroid Asteroid. We're all working very hard to make sure the Phonodroids are everything they can be. It's very fun. I like it.
A most fantastic creation.
Well,
Don't let me hold you back. Go forth and explore. Socialize. Find your friend Viva.
is that Sunny?
I'm not trying to find Viva. I just talked
Oh.
to her.
I'm trying to find a yellow Phonodroid named Sunny. He's missing.
Hey, that I'm not
Should
sure if
probably
I
get into
saw.
VR.
Okay, alright.
If you do see a yellow Phonodroid, by all means.
You'll be the first to know. You got this. It's a 50-foot drop. Oh, and he broke, I think. They're meant to play music, chat, not jump down cliffs. Uh-oh. Why am I moving? Let's go back. Yeah. I already jumped down earlier. And move back. There we go. There. Wait, I'm in the way. This doesn't have the same view as earlier. There. Yes, it is indeed quite the drop. Then you just missed it, Alastina. Unfortunately. I showed them around town. The sights to see. There are a bunch of people. Who was that guest? I'm not sure. Remember, I'm in a public instance. I'm with over... how many? I'm with 58 other people in this current map. Quite populated, really. No, later. I'm gonna go down again later. For now, I sort of want to avoid the crowd. Same as... No, I only have 27 viewers. Yes, it's a little cute little android doggy. Ah. Tell you a story, huh? You know what's strange? The desert air here works in a different way. To the point it dampens the sounds. Normally you'd be able to hear me flipping my coin and catching it. But no. No cockroach. I already do that IRL. Shrimps. My mic is weird as well. What do you mean? It sounds different? Ha. Ha. It shouldn't be distorting. Test. I'm not sure what you guys are talking about, but I suppose I can change the input into this one directly. Is this better? Tell me if my mic is choppy or not. Okay. Who was that saying it wasn't then? Narrating scary stories in YouTube. There. Hopefully I don't misclick and close my window again. Thanks. It's offers me a little bit of mercy from the harshness of the desert sun. Really? Evok, is the music too low and my voice too high? I can increase the volume. Also, Atlas Links, thank you for the rose. Other music. There shouldn't be anything playing aside from this one. Maybe that's on your end, Evok. Salamat. Siguro kasing init dito tulad ng sa Pilipinas. Super hot. Thank you, Nathan. Oh, that was... Now, I apologize if you guys aren't able to look at your phones as long as normally you could because of the brightness. I can go to a darker spot if you want. And yes, Gail, I will indeed go drink. If I can find the Pocari sweat I prepared from earlier is, is it here? No. Is it? Hey, I think it's this one. No, it's not. This? There? Oh my, it seems to be missing. What? Are you from the Netherlands? No, I'm not. Who's Pocari and why are you doing... let's go to this camera real quick. Oh. I didn't know I had the guest chat.
You're fine. I'm just trying to get my friend in.
Yeah, sure.
I'm trying to join my friend. Shit's full.
I like you made your bag as your belt buckle. Creative.
Yeah.
No. You see that, chat? People just ever so eagerly jump off this little cliff of mine, and you know, they're fine. They're fine. They're fine. They're fine. It's just a 50-foot drop. They're fine. Okay, maybe
It's like
80.
a fucking 200-foot drop.
Yeah, okay, maybe it's 200 feet.
It's like 100 feet.
Yeah, they'll be okay.
It's really high.
Okay, they can just, their knee should be fine.
Yeah, fuck. How can I invite my friends?
Oh, you can't do it directly, if I remember correctly. You have to go to the website and then click the friends
I'm
thing.
on their website. I can
Yeah,
only join them.
Yeah, you have to tell them to go to the website and then click friends to join you. That's the only method I know. But there is a party tab. I have not tried that yet.
Yeah, okay, I gotta get this Discord. I don't even have this Discord. I use.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, he fucking went home.
Sorry about that, chat. Wonder where my drink went. I still can't find it. The Pocari sweat I made her. There it is. I'm so smart. I have summoning powers. Yep, he went poof. The desert took him back. Yeah, I'm just gonna drink. I hope you don't mind. Let's put the cap here. Okay, this is a big bottle. Ah, wow. Ooh, that's good. Hi there, Axiom. Ah, yes, drinking nothing. I think I need a flask asset or something to actually visualize me drinking. Oh yeah, that's true. I can just like look like this. I can see like below my nose. Arctic Wolf Dirg. Another Furality Umbra grower. I met quite a number of TikTok creators earlier, but I didn't exactly wake up on time and make it to the actual meetup. Shoot. Shoot. Funny though, I was walking around, there was a bunch of people who recognized who I was. Seemingly, I asked them, really? What do I do on stream? You talk to chat. And they're not incorrect. That's pretty much all I do. Oh. Right. Also, I had one guy saying, hey, you kept on appearing on my FYP. So you'd keep on giving me jump scares because each time I swiped, I would catch you looking directly at me / the camera. I'm going to bed. Good night. Alright, I hope you had fun in Furality, Arctic. Go rest well. Axiom, that sounds like you need a bit more rest. Then sleep for another 2. What's the harm in adding an hour or so? Can you show us the rest of the surroundings? There you have it. I'm currently perched up here at the overlook. It's quite high. Right, maybe it's not 50 feet. It's more of like 150 feet high. It's... Oh. Or 200. It's super high. Really, really high. Is that Mars? No, but I am certainly in a different planet. Look up there, chat. You see that? On the top of your screen? That's an eclipse waiting to happen. Yes, that is indeed a building. I wonder if I can go there. What do you mean? To there? There? The building? Over there? I tried, but some mysterious force was stopping me from exploring the actual surface of the planet. I don't know what forces are at work, but no matter how much I tried, I could only make it this far. That's what the goggles are for. They're handy. Yes, Evok, the invisible walls. I just tried to make it sound more cool, okay? Hi there, Flag. They do act like sunglasses, if they didn't have any tint on them. A pilot. I wish. I am saving up for a new ride, though. Let's see if I can get it at the end of the year. Thanks, Wolf. I hope you're doing good, too. Hi there, Axiom. And Kakaruch, did you know I made a video mentioning you in particular in my TikTok? Go to my TikTok, look for the one with the title of IRL Friend Number 1. You were sort of featured in that clip. Is there any living humans or animals? There are all sorts of people here, in all forms and sizes. I did see some actual human beings, surprising as it is. You saw fleshies. Yes, I did. Oh. Can you talk, PH? What do you mean? Magtagalog? Ganun? Fleshies. Fleshies, I think. Hello, Jellybean? Kitty? I need to sleep. Evok, you go rest. Personally, I am resting too. It was a little tiring being down there. Did you say you were gonna jump in later? Yes, I am. Whew. Later. If we get our viewers back up to 50 plus and enough of you request it, I will head down into town and jump down that gorge. Show you what's happening down there. Probably bump into a bunch of people. Ah, yes, the yawn. No worry, I slept for a good, heck, I think it was 12 hours long. When I was lying down last night, I thought I just needed a nap. Little did I know my system needed more than just that. Half a day to be exact. Did you find some water? Yes, there is water and food. Surprisingly, food that involves the use of chopsticks. Yes, the longest nap ever. I miss snow. Oh, I miss snow too. If you're talking about my most generous viewer who supported me the other day. I used to do energy drinks. Not anymore. And for good reason. What's the world name? Furality Umbra Village. It, what do you mean? Oh, well, welcome back. Make sure you behave, alright? Show some good manners in chat. Also, Luis, thanks for the team bracelet. I appreciate the 2 coins. Yes, you need registration and you need to buy a ticket. $25. I'm not sure. I think the only mod I have at the moment would be Nika. It is indeed $25 in order to get the cheapest pass here in Furality. Cheapest, but you get to experience everything. I believe the higher passes just gives you more assets that you could put on your character. It involves some futuristic looking materials. A bodysuit, satchels, armor. Not really my thing. Server tour when? Ah, Kakaruch. Let me ask, where are you watching this from? I might just go down because of you. Show chat what I'm talking about. Over down there. Alright, chat, you ready to see? We're going for our town tour number 2. Type yes or 1 if you want me to go down. Alright, fine. Most of you wants me to go down. I understand. So be it. Did I? Oh boy. No, wait, hold on. Fine, let's go. See if this is anchored. We're going down, chat. 1, yeah, and 2. Whoa. Okay,
I think she respawned.
we're here. You will hear a bunch of the locale, so bear with me.
Oh my word!
I don't think I have a good angle. Let's put here. Let's put it into flying again. Let's go here. Put it in the middle. So something like this. Make it face upwards a bit. And we're good. Okay. So as you can see, we came from up there. We are now heading inside. There's a lot of people. A lot of people whose avatars I've hidden. You'll find out why I don't really want to go down here. Oh boy.
Because like the eyes, I can see where the eyes are going, but it's also because the autism looks at the freaking like I like searing where the autism literally I have the searing tism where I look literally at like the little picture and then my eyeballs go bloop, bloop, bloop.
Oh wait, hold on. Those are my gym buddies. I know them. But I'll say hi to them later. Ooh, what do you know? Small world. To quench my you mean the red light district. Oh, Kakaroach. Okay, hold on. Let's go here. Should be able to go to the place where there was quite the view. Alright. So we're in the town. Oh, there's not much people. Also, let's get my camera here. It feels a little intrusive being directly in the back of my head. Here. Do you guys want it unobstructed? It's just me. I mean, it's just a view. Or do you want me here in frame a little bit so you have a sense of perspective? You know, I think the one earlier was better. This one. Over the shoulder. Got it. Unfortunately, for TikTok, it's uncropped. they have a pure view. For the ones on Twitch. Alright. Yep, I am the taxi driver. Let's just go drive. Oops. Over there. There's the garage. There's the... Where am I? Oh boy, there's a lot of people. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work the way you're imagining it to be. But this place it's pretty huge. Have I been to the Nova Beast meetup? Yes, I have. What was down there? Ambiguous Fair Lane. Wow. All the big names. I was actually really late to the Nova Beast meetup. I was there during the last 10 minutes, so it made me pretty sad. What's this? Oh, it's... Right. My frames are terrible. Hi there, Clay. The moment I moved from my desert spot, my viewership went down. It seems like I know what... Oh, there's Sunny there. Hey, remember the little android dog that dropped? Well, they found their friend. That's Sunny, the yellow one that they were describing. Cute. Congratulations on finding your companion. Oh, sure, Ace, no problem. Feel free to hang out in my perch. I'll be going up there again in a while. Yeah, you found Sunny. That's adorable. See? Cute. Let's continue the tour.
Social anxiety kicking in.
I know, D. Congratulations on finding Sunny. Okay, let's have one more look at the town before we go back outside. There, you see all those diamonds? Those are all people that will render once I get close. Which I hope will not crash my stream. Let's just drive through them and clench our butts. Okay, maybe not. We're going back outside. Yeah, they are. Okay, wait. Where's that spot earlier? This place looks super nice. You're about to see it. See? Now let's see if my little trick will work. So notice that I'm inside the gorge, right? Shh. Yep. That's where we came from. That's the top view of the gorge. See my little couch and the wet floor marker? Yeah. And then that's what it looks like below. Pretty dark here, though. Unless I face the other way. And then we actually have light. We have light, but we don't have the frames. I am currently at 29 FPS. Probably from all the unoptimized avatars around me. Am I muted? No, I'm not. Hello? I can see my bar moving though. Hello? Hello? No, I'm not. Let's go back up. Okay, can you hear me? Yeah, it was probably because I'm lagging and I'm using NVIDIA Broadcast, which needs my GPU for the noise cancellation, and yeah. And I'm back. I know. Yes, I know, Axiom, I know. The ears, it's cute. The floor is anything but wet. Right. Oh yeah. Sorry guys. I just wanted to show the portion of chat that wanted to see the town. I am hearing somebody taking a photo. I already have paparazzi at this point. Congratulations on your French toast. See, Jay has sharp ears. He heard the shutter sound. I wonder. Probably. No, what gaze? Huh. Strange. I'm definitely not alone here though, so yeah, there's that. Hi there, Cookie. You really want to know the age of gibbous? Okay, I see. But yeah, cockroach, I probably you Alta right the hell out the moment I showed you town. You're welcome. Hi there, Drew. Oh, sure. Ulul. Oh. Ulul. Fyodor. Fyodor Lilwick. Cool, a cool name. Is that how do you even did I even pronounce that right? Oh, sure. Sure, Frank, sure. Also, spring tap for the power hug. Oh, that's a really cute bat. Hi. What's up? Oh yeah, no. I was asking about the first name, like Fyodor. If I read it literally, it's like Fujodor, which obviously I think it's not. So it's like Fyodor or Fodor. Double the heat. Yeah, I know. It's really hot. Thank you. Thank you for liking the clothes. You know, I think this is a win-win. I get to be in Furality and I get to stream. It's just not as smooth, obviously. and I'm probably running a 30 FPS or something. Not the best. Oh man. I mean, you can ask him. You're probably gonna get higher frames because you're not running 2 streaming softwares at once. Like I am. It should be better. Funny how earlier we were having a conversation, me and one of the people here at Umbra. The topic was about face tracking. Normally, when you put face tracking on avatars that aren't really meant for it, you get this sort of creepy-ish uncanny valley effect. But with the Nova Beast, surprisingly, it just seems to fit really well. Now, I gave him a theory on as to why that is. And it's because the Nova Beast actually has very human-like facial proportions when looked at up front. Unlike the others who have enormous gaping mouths or oversized eyes. Sort of, I'd even dare say a little bit anime-ish. Huh. What? Axiom? I need more GPUs for VR, says Jay. That would be wise. Hi there, Drew. Did I perhaps run into you earlier? I remember seeing someone named Drews in the Nova Beast meetup. Maybe just a similar name. I went to that world, says Lord Saigar. How are you not blinded? That's a good question. My eyes are built to adapt wonderfully for the dark. But for the blazing sun? Not so much. I'm currently here perched in the top. Well, this place. The overlook over the village. Yep, and they're jumping. Just like lemmings. Good luck, Nardo friend. Congratulations on making your own suit. Truly a combined feat of industriousness and creativity. How they just jump down. Yeah. No, you were asleep. Okay. That probably was a different Drew that I met. Rose said they're going once they have the money. Congratulations. In going there in advance. I don't know why I said that. it just kind of came out of my mouth. I can't think straight. Maybe it's the heat. Okay, I'm looking at my menu. I don't know who that is. So maybe not. A black cat fursuit. You should take it out for a spin under the sun. See how it is temperature-wise. Make sure you bring extra hydration. Why are you asking, MJ? You're one step away from spamming in chat. The opposite of good things happen to those that spam. It's okay. Thank you, Springtap. A plushie. So you're probably there yesterday during the plushie and pool toy meetup. I'm not sure, Stellar. You tell me. I just move my eyes around. Thanks, Parker. MJ, I think there's a process to these things called being acquaintances first before we exchange contact information. I hope you understand. Good luck, Rose. Oh boy, Axiom sent 10 bits. Just around, let's say, 2.5 million bits away, and then I can get a yacht. I'm just joking. Thanks, Axiom. I appreciate it. Small favor though. If you guys are gonna give it to me on TikTok instead, because Twitch, you see, only dispenses my rewards after I reach a certain threshold. They will hang on to that money until I reach like $100 or something. And then they will only give it to you after 30 days. Yes, Axiom, thank you. Unlike on TikTok, I can like get the supplies that you give me immediately after stream. It helps so much. Streaming here on TikTok has helped me a lot. You guys have helped me a lot. So thank you. Really. Thank you, Stellar. And Axiom for the potato. How's my day going? Well, I rested really long yesterday. A power nap turned into a time traveling session 12 hours ahead. I missed two of the events I wanted to go to. The TikTok meetup and the Nova Beast meetup. I just barely made it there. Like during the last 10 minutes. What time... Excuse me. What time did you go to? What do you mean? Go to what? Nika, Nebula didn't do anything wrong. Oh my god, Nika, go on mute. I'm sorry, my mod has some really slippery fingers. I got it. Nebula just said hi. Oh jeez. I probably clicked another name. Yeah. Wow, my mouth dries up really quick. I wonder why. Nova B meetup was full. Could not join any friend. Oh. Lucky I was able to get in during the last 10 minutes then. I saw a lot of cool cats over there. One even had a trench coat and was wielding a very familiar sword. Good evening. Also, thank you, Venomzilla. It's okay, Nika. Nah, honest mistake. Oh, Nika, that person, feel free to enforce your full authority on. Ah, D got ahead of you. Thank you, Blue Cheese. What accent is that? I'm not sure, Calvin Mueller. But I do come from Southeast Asia. Are you gonna be in the sea meetup today? Most definitely. But I think that falls at... What time is it? Was it 9 p.m. or 3 a.m.? I forget. I think it was in the evening. 100% gonna go there. I have no idea who that is, Masa, but if you talk about other streamers I am not familiar with, I will count that as spam and advertisement. Welcome back, Axiom. Welcome to the loop. See you, Leroy. And hello, Black Dragon. And Furun. We're here in the desert, Furun. Sounds like a mix of Italian, Dominican, and Russian. Southeast Asia, Nebula. I know. I wish people could help me narrow down what my accent was. All I know is I'm not that good at English. I try my best. Talking to people has helped me improve. It's been alright, Kitty. I overslept. Good night, Stellar. Thank you for dropping by stream. I heard the Russian. What do you mean? I think Russians will sound more like this. Russian is definitely the best impression I got. The breath attack. Sometimes when I touch my nose, it gets inadvertently tickled. The sneezes are definitely unintentional. I think that's how Russians sound. Austria, or somewhere near Russia. So you're saying I sound Slavic, or at least have a sprinkle of it. Okay, color me interested. Perhaps we can narrow down what exactly my voice sounds like. Ukrainian. Is there a difference between Ukraine and Russia? Well, at least in the way they speak. Not that I can discern. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they sound almost identical. Different accents, like in Germany. Wow. I'm pulling up my map. Okay. Sound like a goober, says Axiom. No, Axiom. You're the only one worthy of wielding the golden crayon, not me. No, I see. Am I crying? No. I was just stretching. It's the mix is Russian, a tiny bit Australian, a bit of Asian, and maybe Austrian. Where do you live now? Or where am I live at? Calvin. Because if where I live now, I'm currently in the Philippines. That's Southeast Asia. But where I am live at, I would be in Furality Umbra, the village. At least the overlook of it. I'm currently up here. I see. He be. Oh, Axiom. Yes, little dragon, what is your question? Oh, you watched the movie together. I hope it was the most enjoyable time spent together. The only Philippines is the exotic layers person. Exotic layers? Is that a show? Are you a fursuiter? No, I'm not. Completely digital. Ah, I see. Ants Canada is Filipino as well. The YouTube channel. If you're going here expecting people to sound just like me, you might be disappointed. The Filipino English accent is quite different from what I sound like. That much I know. When we talk in the Philippines, we sound sort of like this. It's different from how the foreigners think. But ganito talaga. That's my impression of Filipino English. Economically, the Philippines is a good place to live in right now, says Axiom. Oh, of course, for foreigners. Because you have currency that is not the Philippine peso. $1 is equal to, what was it last I checked? 55 pesos? On average, the minimum wage here makes around, what's it? 500 something pesos for 8 hours of work. So per day we earn around $10. So make that in 5, 10, 15. We earn around, let's say, $300 per month. Manny Pacquiao accent. Yep, that's Filipino English. Thank you, little dragon. You lift windshields here all day, Venom? That's what you call a boy? AKA you're just a like you're a help. You get, let's say, $2 per day. Or maybe 3. That's why imagine the coins that you give me. You give me $10 per stream. That helps an enormous amount. To the West, I know it's, what? I earned that in an hour or less. Here, you've made another Filipino's day. You have brought food to a stable. Thank you, Nebula. I appreciate it. You know what? It's bright enough as it is. Let's take off the scarf. Oh yeah, I have a second one, but it does not look quite as good. That's still bright. Yes, Axiom. So imagine how I feel when you guys so easily talk casually like, oh, I'm getting like a VR headset that costs over $2,000. It would, even if we saved up for a year without having to pay for food or any of the bills, we wouldn't be able to afford that. But many of us are clever and find ways to make money. Oh, what happened to my... I see. The tracking. Is it an Apple Vision Pro or the Oculus? Me, I'm using the Meta Quest Pro. Took me a good year or more to save up for. You probably should, Calvin. You'll have a comfortable life here. If you have the money. I love tacos and burritos. I'm not sure what you mean, fresh. Good night, Venomzilla. I hope you rest well. Can you say SM? I mean, that's a popular mall chain here. It's SM. Well, Peace, you are missing quite the view. This is the entrance of the village. People are down there. I'm up here. Go on. Proceed with your inquiry. I know, Calvin. We're trying. We're all trying. I'm lucky I am able to get decent food. How do you say kahit papano? Somewhat. Gandang hapon din sa'yo, Dino. Yes, you can, Fresh. I've went down there twice to show Stream what is happening over at the town. Do you have any emotes? What do you mean? If you subscribe to me on TikTok, you can unlock usage of it. I have around 15 or 16 of it. Nebula, you were asking me to say SM, right? I did say it. What is it then? Suspicious voice? What do you mean, Matt? Kaduda-duda ba yung boses ko? What characters do you have? What do you mean? I am my own self. Oh, I have the basics, but because I have face tracking, I don't really use it. You're curious about what, Nebula? Your last message was "ga." So if you're asking a question, I'm not saying it. What does it look like without a jacket? Let's see. Dan. You sound majestic. What does sounding majestic mean? Also, thank you for the controller. I appreciate it. Helps a lot. Really. How is your day or night? Well, it's currently 2:46 p.m. where I'm at. It's okay. Not much. Okay, Weird Gamer agrees about my voice sounding majestic. What do you mean? Yeah, excuse me. Calvin, thanks. Look, Calvin, if you want to bypass corporate, look, I can't say it. I'm being monitored. If you really want to help, go to my Twitch. There's a certain link there which lets you give directly instead of sharing a cut with a certain company that streams. It's PM here. It's a little past lunch. Almost the middle of the afternoon. Soft spoken, I see. It is indeed midnight. Well, on your end. Thank you. What is your favorite Oreo? Haven't tried much really, but probably the one that has the chocolate filling in the middle. What is your favorite food? That would probably be lasagna, my dear. The beefy cheesiness and the convenience of just reheating it if you want more later. Really hard to beat. Does your persona have a ref sheet? You'll find it on my Discord. Of course, you have to be above 18 in order to join. Not that there's any funny stuff in it, but it's for personal reasons. I sound like a Disney villain. Really? So I was like, so is it power you seek? Well, we can make that happen if you really want to. Oh, okay, then you are more than welcome to join the server. Go to my Twitch. You'll find the link there. Then you can join. Thank you for the follow. How do I pronounce that name? Cesarnik. The voice of the Rango narrator. But isn't that Johnny Depp? Yes, JXP, you may proceed with your question. Make sure it makes sense. Uh-oh. Your supernumerary means what? Supernumerary. What? What is the meaning of life? Yeah. Such an enigmatic question. I don't think any of us has really truly discerned the meaning of that. What could it be? Is life just you doing good for the sake of doing good? Helping your fellow man? Preparing the future generations for an easier, more favorable life? What could it be? I see. Hello, Little Doom. I see you've been trying to evade the bans on the Discord server. Mecha. Oh, you. Let's see. I'm trying my best, Nika. We're still quite a ways away from it. We'll get there eventually. I can only do it through you guys' support. I'm doing okay.
How are you doing today, Gab?
Uneventful, but I like the pace. You know me. Hmm. In fact, I think I will spend the least amount of presence in Finn. Finn, the club. Nika, I'm super appreciative of all the clips you make. I know it takes a lot of effort to do those. My replies to them might be very brief, but I keep on watching them repeatedly. Very entertaining. Let's upload them one time. Yes, what is your question? Hello, Mrs. Carlos. Welcome to the stream. Also, thank you for the coins, Chronox. A little hard to read. Hello, Giovanni. Maybe if I put this here, it should help. What is your persona? I'm a Nova beast. My top favorite song in Spotify would be, well, that's from an artist called Dossi. It's called Fairy of Shampoo. Listen to it. Very nice. Happy Furality. Thank you, Fluttering Breeze. Not much is going on, really. But I'm trying my best to enjoy the time here. Surprisingly, I find more peace being away from the crowd more than mingling at the heart of the town. It sounded rich. Is there a laugh that sounds poor?
Would you like to play Would You Rather?
What? I didn't understand that. Rhinosk, I cannot accept your invite, unfortunately. Nick, I've always been this dark. Funny enough, I can somewhat feel the heat though. It's bizarre. The actual sensation of my AC is combating my phantom sense of heat. Where's my scarf? Well, the ladies did say it looked kind of better when I don't have it on. But you know what? That's a good point. I'm gonna wear it. I'm gonna save no scarf mode for special occasions. Let's put not this one. Too late. How does this work? Ah, the autofocus. I see. Why did you remove the scarf? Well, as mentioned earlier, let's not repeat that. So sophisticated. Are you perhaps pertaining to what's written on my scarf? Thank you for the rose. Thank you. Does anyone You know what? Let me see. Is it my studio settings? Opening my scenes into camera. Let's fix that if I can. No, it's currently locked. There. It should be flawless now. Do I like any Mexican music? Sure. I have this one track, it's called Savomente. It's on my Spotify. Thanks, Roach. I hope you rest well. A wonderful day await you when you wake up. Hey, Rhinoska, it's okay. I can't accept your invite regardless because you have to pay $25 in order to see the Furality Worlds. And they have a special invite-only system. You ended up here in the movie. Well, welcome to the stream. Make yourself at home. I'm okay. I had a lot of sleep. Oh, you have a pass. Then you can probably just go to the website and go to the instance I am in particular. Lucy, then you need to correct that. Lay your head on your pillow and close your eyes. Go to sleep. Thank you, Kitty. Welcome back, T. I'm so sorry about today. I saw you and I squealed because I saw your stream yesterday. Did we perhaps run into each other today? My recollection of names isn't that excellent. The Nova Beast meetup? Perhaps here in the village? Raid the Dorka. Let me remember, who was I talking to at that one instance in the Nova Beast meetup that I was sordidly late to attending? Well, if you run into me again, don't be shy. Go say hi. You'd be surprised with the ratio of viewers I have that turn into actual acquaintances and even more as friends. You should ask Axiom, he's a good example, along with my mods as well. Good night, Rhinosk. Say hello to Jelly for me. I apologize to not being able to play with your sister as much compared to before. My hands are a little bit more full nowadays. Jonesy, you are now hereby renamed as Jacob. I shall remember it for as long as I am able to. Speaking of Celestial, she may just pop up any second. She just joined the instance. Were you perhaps with her? Ah, yes, here we are. The Celestial. Wait, that's not a good camera. Hi. I know I appear strange on your perspective.
I came here to join Red. I didn't know you were still in here.
Same spot. I haven't left since. Hold on, let's see if we can get a good view of you. Alright, chat, we're gonna say hello to Celestial again. This is you. Wano chat. Chat? That plays VR chat. That has met me. Oh wait, I was muted the entire time. I'm sorry.
I have your live pulled up so I can hear you.
Oh, I see. She's really pretty, isn't she? Good contrast to my rather, let's say, worn design. She embodies the cosmos itself. I did call her a black hole earlier. Look at this. See how it looks like the event horizon? Okay, maybe that's not the best example. See how it looks like the event horizon? See? Yep. How the light just circles a black hole. Yes. Everybody, Also, yes, this is the couch. Yes, the couch in the middle of nowhere. Hello, chat. It's me. I don't think you can see it though, so.
No, I can't. It's PC only.
Alright. Do you have a computer though? Or are you purely
Just like I
standalone?
don't see the sign that's right here.
Yes. Sorry, there, unmuting. Do you have a PC? Or are you just purely standalone?
Purely standalone.
I see.
I'm saving up for the computer.
I'm sure you'll get it soon enough. Yes. Are you meeting up with a friend? Don't keep them waiting. You should go.
Yes. I was going to meet Red. I just didn't want to be rude and just disappear.
See ya. Chat, say goodbye to
Bye.
Celestial. I sure hope you liked what you saw. I did.
I hate this. I hate this. I hate this.
Hello,
I
good
hate
sir.
this, I hate this, I hate this.
And apparently we are fighting for Super Earth. Hello. Yes. Yes. There was a Helldiver. There was a bunch of Helldivers in the. Anyway. I'll see you guys. It's nice. It's relaxing out here. Hello from Germany. Hello. Let's give it a good POV there. Wait, this wasn't my angle. Okay, so we're gonna have a full body cam. We're gonna. Oh my god, my nose. Wait. We're gonna have a full body cam and then we're gonna swap over to this one. What's this? I think Gib has Riz. I'll see you. Everybody who has to hop
I
off.
have to go get CX live.
Good luck today. But yeah, Artemis, as you've seen, Celestial was here. Don't hesitate to say hi. Parang ang sarap upuan. Alin, nino ni Celestial? Yung ano niya, guys. Order kayo ng sarili niyo. I think all of us have social anxiety here in VR chat. Takes a fair bit of courage to beat that. I understand. Ah, yes. Hello. I'm sorry, chat. Yeah. Celestial Nova, thank you for visiting and saying hello to chat. They admired your avatar really well. What is Furality? It's the event, a 4-day event that I'm currently attending. It's a bunch of stuff. It's essentially a bunch of furry stuff, like music, dealers dens, and showcases of stuff that I'm not sure. It's a VR chat con. Yeah, I'm bad at describing it. Ay, nako, Gail. Ay, nako. Tigang na naman. Nakita mo lang yung ano eh. Manag ka sarili mo. Huwag mo kunin yan dito. I'm sorry. I was replying to a Filipino viewer of mine. I have to go. See you, Caesar. Bro should learn how to speak Swiss German. I think it could be funny.
He's live. This way.
Oh, well, there's Celestial again.
I was with Zayden.
With the... Ooh, that's an enormous... That's huge. Wow. I'm talking about the tail, okay? Her companion has an enormous tail. that was a first. Look, the camera could not see it because it was panned like on my face, all right?
Here she is.
Oh, well, what do you know? See, I'm not lying, chat. I'm not lying. I want you to look. I want you to look. You see that? That's huge. It's a majestic looking thing.
This is who I was meeting up with.
Ah. Hey there. I'm sorry I look different in person.
Hello.
Oh, I like the shackles.
No, you're fine, honey. Ah.
Look at this. All right, chat.
Nova
This is Nova Stitch. As you can see, she has quite the assets. Probably from Gumroad or even self-made. I'm not sure. Where'd you get those? That's cool.
Honestly, I had this commission, so I honestly don't know.
Commissioned. Okay, so those are uniques. The highest grade you could ever get.
Here's another one by the same person.
There. Oh.
I can show the other
Span.
one.
Oh my, that display. Most splendid indeed.
I'll start.
Jewelry in the night sky.
Yeah, Starlight.
Here's my actual Furality outfit.
Oh, I like the footwear. That's very Umbra. And the top, and the little gear icons, the hexagon with emissions on the chest, and most of all, the cyber piece on the eyes. Very nice. you have your badge as an earring. Okay, that's cute.
Yeah. It's in a better spot. I can have it on my ear, my arm, or my chest.
I wish I could fit both of you in the frame. Hold on. There we go. This should be good. Yeah, move closer a bit and it should be fine.
You're floating, babe.
Yes, I know.
Show me the moon one, says Shimmery. I kinda
on the
like
couch.
her outfit. Well, here, I'm trying my best, chat. Oh, bye. We have a convenient sensor over here. I'm sorry. There we go.
And this is my other one. This is Starlight. Not Starlight, but Flamingo. This is one of my public avies.
Oh, this is the moon.
That
Yeah,
made
this
it.
is nice. Oh, is that fur? Let's go pan towards her back.
Yep.
You look at that. Oh, there is like 20 hill diver. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, panning, panning. Very good, very good. I like the hair. I like the hair. I like the night sky that's on your body. Right. Let's get. You know what? Let's take a shot. And let me get 5 seconds. Give me your best pose, girl. I did not click the timer again. 1, go. Nice. They really like your outfit, guys. I do. Cool. See, you have the you have the same pattern there as I have on my ties. That's a big
Oh
plus.
shit, wrong one.
You've chosen one of the possible ways to get them.
Ooh.
That weird movement with like a text that just brings you to
What was that? Oh, that was a watermark.
Oh, what the? Oh, okay, that's fair.
Thanks, Celestial. Cano DC. Either she crashed or disconnected.
She crashed.
She crashed? Okay. Oh. And a most excellent selection of black underwear. Guys, sometimes the simplest is the best. Others go overboard with the colors. Wait, are you watching the stream too? So you can see what the camera is seeing? No? Alright, then. Don't worry about it.
Where's my phone?
Uh-uh.
Are you on TikTok or
TikTok.
Twitch?
Yes, you can go to my profile and there's a link there if you want to see. Or just ask your friend and, you know. The moon is gone. Oops, sorry.
Riz Jab is so much effective.
Aside from the outfit, I actually really like the base texture too. If you ever played Pal World, I like the pal named Chillit.
I have not.
But Chillit has a very similar color scheme, which just gives me the whole frosty blue theme. And Celestial's back. What a surprise. Here I am sitting in the middle of nowhere and these two show up. I guess the desert isn't so bad after all. Oh?
Come back. Just respawn and jump down here. Or fly
Gale.
up here. Or do it there.
Oh my god, they have a little Stitch. What is that?
Stitch, you left
That's Stitch.
I'm
That's
sorry,
so cute.
your lobby was full. I couldn't join.
Oh, it seems we have a third guest. Oh, Lord Zayden. Friends of yours?
Hello.
Yes.
Oh,
He's another
would you?
TikToker.
Oh, nice. Hello, I'm doing my own little stream. You're more than welcome to join. So, a little Stitch. Let's span out so the entire group can be seen.
Jeffy, did you decide to get a ticket or no?
Right, I'm sorry, chat.
Fluffy tail.
Oh, Celeste.
Stayed and said hi.
Nika, Gale.
Oh, I've been in the call this entire time.
Daniel, hello, thank you, and welcome to the pack. You still decide he's heavy?
I just...
Alright, I know you guys are bored with my face. So let's focus on our guests for today.
We'll see you later, Gibius.
I was not expecting that big old voice to come out something so tiny.
There's nothing stopping us.
To Corbell.
Who are you?
Ah, yes. Oh no, Axiom. Axiom, where are you? This is what you need to see.
For liberty.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, he did not make the jump. See? See, the human legs are not built for 50-foot drops. uh, up and he died.
No squeakies.
I know no squeakies.
Why are there so many people behind me?
Good, thank you.
Holy crap. Hold on. Camera. Hey.
Because I just
I'm
got
lost.
really excited whenever I saw you in the stream, and I was like, oh my gosh, I know that.
Alright, so that's me.
I'm sorry.
You all know who I
I
am.
just got really excited. I was like, oh my
Is
gosh.
that?
Sorry. I get really excited really quickly. You know.
Ankh, what are you doing, bro?
Wait, really?
Well,
Oh my god.
I'm stream. Oh my god, there's over like 15 people behind me. Wait.
Okay. Go down here so I don't keep interrupting the stream. Last rave.
Got all the Helldivers.
Yes.
Oh god, he has a lot of people following him.
Isn't she pretty, Chad?
Now that's poppy fur right there.
Yeah, right. Look at all of them.
Aw, Gale, you're gonna miss a lot. Oh boy.
You say I'm popular.
Please hydrate when you can. Yes, I will.
I ain't as popular as that.
Okay, chat. Oh, hold up. What happened? Let's go back to how things are.
I don't want to hear it. You know what happens when I join in? I have like maybe 2 or 3.
It's me, Brad.
Well,
It's me leaving the group.
that was one of the positive things here in Furality Umbra. Sorry I left chat hanging. Okay, Shimmery, see you around. Good luck with your volleyball match. Oh. Okay. I'm sorry. You have to see. Okay.
Goddamn for real, John Helldiver.
I said I'm sorry.
Look, I'm gonna blend in, okay, so I don't get into trouble.
You didn't see me doing this. You didn't see it. Okay, bye.
The schizophrenic Helldiver. Helldiver?
He's gone.
No.
What?
This is camouflage, so I don't get into trouble. So a bunch of Helldivers appeared on scene, chat, and things changed. Uh-oh.
Hold on, I'm gonna respond.
Oh, we're broadcasting to Super Earth right now. Boosting the morale of the citizens.
I see.
Yes.
Below, where it's easier to see.
No, it's just.
Hold on, I gotta return to my Helldivers.
I put my sword on this side, and I put it on this side, so. No, wait.
It's hard for me to stay up here. It's very bright. It makes everybody look
Wait, chat, don't leave. I'm free. I think that this guy's worked. Shh. That's how you get out of trouble. Such is the power of a mimic. Welcome back. Probably shomai. I'm more of a fan of dumplings than spring rolls. Well, our version of spring rolls. I'm not sure what you said, Blake, but as long as you behave, and you'll be okay. If it isn't Droomer. Sure. And eventful we are, anyway. Where are you right now? I'm currently in Furality. Of course, my couch disappears. Because I changed characters. Hold on. Let's put it back. Okay. Can you explain what Furality is? I think other people can do a better job at that than I do. Oh, it's the one with the background that was pretty. You want to see the sand? There we go. Probably not.
Oh, you got yourself a couch there?
Yep. Great view.
You just
wonderful
you're just
view.
taking in the view. No, I get
Yep.
it. It's a wonderful view.
Yeah, it's a little
Just,
hectic down at town.
taking in all the sand and the
sand,
the hot sun and more sand.
Yes, indeed.
What are you even
Jack.
looking at here? There's nothing to fucking see. You're just lying to yourself.
The most majestic view.
I'm sad I can't go that way. I want to go that way very bad. There's a dome over there.
That's what I want to explore as well. That thing will probably be open tomorrow. Which I hope.
It'll never be open.
It should. It should. It won't be there if we can't go there. Notice as the eclipse.
What about the skyline? The city skyline, huh?
That better open too. Or is it a colony under construction?
That's what that is.
Oh.
Wait a second. Is the top of that the dealer's den?
Looks like it. Looked to me like a prism tower more than anything.
Prism tower.
Look at it, right? It's a prism
What is
tower
this,
with
Command and Conquer?
with how the blazing sun and all that light. That's definitely gotta be it. Yeah. Most excellent. I like that you have a enviro suit on. Meanwhile, I just accept all the radiation, and I used to be white.
I have my visor off. There we go. Yeah. Now the sun's not blinding me. Oh.
Go on. There's a whole town to explore.
Go on.
Mm-hmm.
There is.
Okay, I'm gonna admit, chat. I think that guy spent too much time under the sun. He needed to hydrate really bad. Because he sure was thirsty. He's funny. He had the most excellent outfit as well. You guys are still here, even though I've sat on this ridge for 2 hours and a half. What's my persona? I am a Nova Beast. Welcome back, Flame. Nova Beasts are dragon-like beings. The mix of, well, some say fox, some say feline. I think they're a species on their own, though. Sure. Hi there, Bliss. Welcome. Oh, you just spammed chat. Nika, it's time. I see. Well, I'm not sure why I got muted, Blake. You probably either spammed chat or asked a bunch of nonsense. I'm sure you're not gonna do any of those during this live, right? Okay. Thank you. No, Eclipse, I do not have a fursuit. Yes, it is. My skin is well made by myself. Hmm. If only my coin would work. But unfortunately, the sound dampening properties of this rather peculiar desert does not let you hear the mesmerizing fling of my coin and the sound of it landing back in my palm. It took me probably an afternoon. Good afternoon, Hades. Welcome to the stream. Ding! Ding! That's probably it. To those who have heard it before, you probably can't unhear it anymore. Do I have snacks? I think they just left, Nika. Oh. Thanks for the follow. Took you a while to realize. Hey. How did the couch get in there? Oh, I keep it in my satchel. It fits. Don't ask how. Hey, there you go, Joe. You were super cute. Unfortunately, their perception of the world and other characters is impeded by their lack of proper hardware. Both of the Nova Beasts you met earlier were still on Quest, aka standalone, so they can't exactly see what you guys are seeing. Certain avatars are blocked, certain world features, and the graphics department is blocked as well. But they did say they were saving up for a computer, if I remember correctly. I hope they achieve that goal sooner than they expect. Congratulations on sharing your number 2 spot in your Fortnite match that I never asked about. You may come in. There are no locked doors in the desert. Oh, good night, Celestial Nova. Thank you for dropping by. You guys were really pretty. Love the skins. And love the clothes. The shaders. The whole package. What accent would that be, Blue Cheese? Hey, I only speak the truth, Celestial. Okay, where were we? Let's go back to reading chat. So, are you a fan of Kung Fu Panda? I did watch the first 2 or 3 movies if I remember correctly. Latin or Spanish? I think Spanish roll their R's harder than I do though. And they have a more suave tone to their way of speaking. If I could meet anyone, who would you pick? Asks Flame. Probably the one who exiled me, the creator of the Nova Beasts. No, it's a short story about a petty crime. This game is called VR Chat. Why did I get exiled? Did I explain this in stream before? Let's save it for another day. As to say, it involved using goods before I paid for them 4 days later. I did come clean though, and I apologize sincerely, saying if I could make amends. But unfortunately, with an iron fist and no room for forgiveness, no consideration was given, and I had to leave the land of whence I came from. What is your favorite hobby? Probably riding my motorcycle, if that counts. And tinkering with it. What do you have a coin? You don't? Especially at night, when the air is crisp and cold, and the traffic pretty much non-existent. The road is all yours. I run into a few, and it always makes my heart swell that there's an actual audience that likes what I do. Thank you guys. How long have I been riding a motorcycle? I've owned a motorcycle to my name for around 10 years now. I do race though and go on adventures, off-road to be precise, river crossings, driving in silt, mountains, going to beaches, unexplored. It's fun, makes you feel alive. But 90% of the time, I'm just stuck in the city traffic as I shop for groceries or do other errands.
It's not quite a couch, but it's a couch.
It's something. Hello, guys. We have more visitors, chat. Great view, right?
Where is?
Yeah. I love this. Hold on a second. Just keep looking out that way. Oh, that's a cool picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're looking cool as
Let me go
heck,
this
dude.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm just...
Definitely won't let you go that way.
Yeah, it does.
So sad. I want to go that way though.
Yeah, go. Town's down there. Good luck. Have fun. Don't break your legs. We have VTubers at home. Hey, if you don't want to watch other creators, by all means, you can go. No one's forcing you to stay here. How long did it take you to finish your custom avatar skin? Funny enough, I was still in Unity earlier as I was tweaking the outfits, so it's an ever ongoing process. But for the base itself, everything was complete within a week. Thank you, Mr. Wolf Goo. Goo and fur would not really work together, I imagine. Do you do avatar commissions? Unfortunately, I don't at the moment. There are lots of fantastic avatar creators out there, though. You just have to look in the right place. It's Gumroad. There's nothing special about my textures either. I like keeping things simple. I'm not sure how the formula works, but if it works, it works. And that makes me glad. What's your words of wisdom? Go do it before you regret it. Seize that opportunity. You see a fruit you want, go pick it. No wait until it falls to the ground. I'll see you, Jams. Thanks for hanging out. And so Flame here ate some of the oobleck that they made. I take it you chewed on crayons and took a sip of glue before. What do I get in exchange for saying that particular words, Velma? Do I have a YouTube channel? Yes, I do. Sure. I have to go drink some water. Getting mildly parched. El furry pero lobo. Hello there. Hi there, Kayla. Welcome to the stream. Do you know adobo? Of course. It's delicious. How many hours is your live stream? My rule of thumb is whenever chat goes down to below 15 or around 3 hours, but today is an exception. Because I am supposed to spend time in Furality. At the same time, I want to stream. So this is the best compromise. You guys are free to visit if you have a Furality pass. Much like Celestial Nova earlier, who said hi. She was indeed a very pretty sight, along with her friend. Sorry if you come into stream late. You've missed quite the spectacle. Hello, Eclipse. The Civil War historian. You gotta have a nickname I can call you with. That's quite the string of words to have as a name. Hello, Gregory. Can I make a heart gesture? You mean like this? Or like this? Oops, that's my coin. No. Here you go. Best compromise I can do. Remember, theft is a crime. Which you will most likely be punished for. Hello, Noralyn. Toaster. Ah, one of the appliances that's missing in my household. A toaster. A toaster, a blender, and a slow cooker. I should get these one of these days. I already have a steamer, an air fryer, a rice cooker, and a microwave. That would be my name. My full name.
Where are we going, Hoppy Dog?
I do love my air fryer as well. Why is your avatar new? What? Yes, Grace, hello. Hmm. Ah, and there goes Nova Stitch. A mild sadness now pulsates through my heart. I don't know why. Well, enjoy the beach. Hello, Fairlane. I'm just chatting with chat
Hello.
while
You
enjoying the view.
You just threw it all the way. Your
Yep.
coin's all the way down there now.
That's okay. It's back.
I'm glad you got another one. Anyway,
You and the
I'm
staff doing
heading off
okay?
to bed. You have a good night.
Resting,
Yeah,
of
We're
course.
hanging in there. We're doing what we can. Resting when we can.
Get your
Keyword
rest,
when we
guys. See ya. That was one of the staff in Furality. I believe Fairlane handles moderating chat. Thank you so much, Marsha. Guys, don't forget, it's still Pride Month, so happy Pride Month. Share the love. Find a friend. Go hug them. Did you have anything in particular you like the most about Furality? Well, speaking about Umbra, that's probably gotta be their presentation of how their space program started. It had this very kooky, vintage feel to it. Does the coin always land on your hand? No, Flame. You actually have to catch it. But aside from that, it's probably gotta be the wonderful vistas offered in certain places. I, in particular, like this perch, which I will show you shortly. This is where I am. Over here. Yeah. It's a lovely little overlook. Pretty hot though. I'm in the middle of well, yes, pretty much in the middle of nowhere. Hold on, let's fix the camera. Pretty much like a drone, yes. If I can find it, that is. Left, straight, forward. Right about somewhere there. Oh my, a goober. Welcome to the stream. I've met a bunch of protogens in chat as of late. Were you here the other day too? No, most definitely. I was in VR for close to 12 hours straight. Not sure if that was a wise decision. Having slime trackers pretty much offers you unlimited battery life, so yeah, I did not notice the passing of time. How many hours today? I was here since around 9:30 a.m. It is currently 4 p.m., so 7 hours and counting. Or 6 hours and a half at least. No. I still need to rest. Cook dinner, take a bath, recharge my person. No. Self-care is of paramount importance, chat. Hydrate, relax, stand up, stretch. My job is entertaining the people behind the screen. I have it wired. Hence, the unlimited power. Oh, Gale. Yes, you did. You missed two very good parts that you can probably just watch in the VOD later. A most pretty sight. Very delectable to the eyes. Oh yeah, they gave me their contacts. I should accept. Ah, yes. Sometimes you do run into jewels in the desert. Yes, you do look like jewels in the desert, Celestial. And I meant it when I said you guys were a delectable sight to my eyes. That galaxy shader it's always a treat. Also, I didn't know you were still listening in. I should be careful with my words. As you know that I always speak the truth. Definitely the shader. No, thank you for the follow, Adri. Sorry about that. Perhaps I need to adjust the volume of my alerts. Nova, I told chat earlier that you guys were saving up for a computer. Was I mistaken? As I did mention that both of you were still on Quest. I feel bad that you're impaired by the hardware you're using, not able to fully soak in the sights offered by this world and the appearances of the other avatars. I did say that I wish you would reach your goal of getting a computer soonest. I'm sure you guys will. Whole new world to explore. Thanks, Adri. So that's your nickname, Civil. Alright, I'll remember from now on. Hold on. Mhm. I'm trying to remember the name. Guess I'll find out later. Yeah, Nova Stitch. I was running through my friends list. That looked like some Borderlands character. I see. Gail is asking if I'm going to any more meetups today. I believe there is a Southeast Asian meetup sometime in the evening, unless I'm mistaken. It's either in the evening at around 9 p.m. or that's in the morning. I can check right now. This time I'm gonna set an alarm. Not gonna miss any more important stuff. So right now, it's the technical production first. Ah, it is at 9 p.m. I see. East Asia Sea First Meetup. Let's set this and click auto join. There we go. To make sure I don't miss it. Probably also means that I need to charge my trackers in anticipation for later. So, let's see how much battery I have left. 30%. I have around 2 hours. So once it hits 6 p.m., I'm probably gonna rest and then recharge a little bit, hop back at 9 p.m. and play onwards. Does the headset hurt your eyes? Surprisingly not. The longest I was in VR was, I think, for 15 hours. I ran out of controller battery and I had to recharge mid-session. It is indeed 4:07 p.m. here. What time is it for you, Celestial? Thank you so much. Oh, on the complete opposite side of the planet. Good morning to you. I'm thinking you should rest soon. Yes, I'm still here. Have always been here. Going 3 hours now. I know not everybody likes what I'm doing, which is staying away from the crowds. But I find my peace here. This is what recharges me. Yeah, right? It's very different. It's quite the view. I wish you could see this in person. It's breathtaking. So well rendered, in fact, that you can pretty much feel the heat. Oh, okay, Nika, whatever you say. There. Enjoy the view of the desert. Okay, so what's the set? Okay, hold on. Not this view. How can you wear shoes in VR? What do you mean? Geb is indeed sitting pretty / comfy. Don't forget to stretch. It's a secret to avoiding back pain. Move around. Shift your position. Do twisties. Yeah. Excuse me. It's actually raining in my place and I'm starting to feel a little bit sleepy, which is dangerous. I'm risk time traveling yet again. No, I don't want to hear something sad. Bro was in the Philippines. Yes, tama ka. Nandito ako ngayon sa Rojas Boulevard. Super init. Yes, guys, gentle reminder, I also stream on Twitch whenever I do here. If you want to enjoy me in higher fidelity and with the wider aspect ratio, head on over there. I also have a Twitter which I post regularly in. And I am most active in my Discord. You gotta be 18 above in order to join though. Slushy, you go rest well. Thank you for hanging out in the stream. I'll catch you next time. Thank you, Adri. Guys, in order to get my Discord link, go to my Twitch. It's right there. Gail, my mod, says Gabe is very fun on Discord. 10 out of 10. After every stream, I pretty much hang around in my Discord and have fun in the voice chat. Lots of goofy stuff there. Thank you, Nika. Zian, I don't have Facebook. If you're lucky, he sends interesting photos. Is it the one where I was crashed on my motorcycle? I'll see you kahit sino. Salamat sa pagtugon sa aking stream. Thank you, Raishin. Uncensored beans. Oh, Laya. In order to get the Discord link while you're in Twitch chat, all you have to do is type !Discord. That's one word. Gail can do a sample, right? Thanks, Gail. Such a good mod. I'll reward you accordingly, in due time. The beans. Surprisingly, though not really the intent, there are photos of those included in the frame in the Discord. TLDR, you want beans, you go to my Discord, okay? Can you hear something from 100 meters away? Perhaps. Hello, Artemis. When are you gonna log back in into VR chat? A bunch of guests already popped by and said hello. How long have you been on TikTok? I believe I started around a month ago actively uploading content. Surprised how it was just a few weeks past that I had less than 100 followers. Thank you for liking the stuff I do. Thank you, Laya. I'm not seeing that squirrel of yours, Alka. Right. The Vista. The Vista. Go, Gale. If you're going out to work out, make sure you bring an umbrella. It's raining really hard. Good luck. I'll catch you later, as usual. Is that Mars? No, but it is indeed an exoplanet. Very dry. What sort of stuff would I expect in the Discord? Well, pictures of me, pictures of food. It's a mixed bag. A lot. Basically a lot. It's the hangout place where, when I'm not on stream. Still the planet J1407b. No. If you look up closely, there is a sister planet that is about to go eclipse the sun. You see it? It's at the 8 o'clock direction. No, it's not Mars. That makes me a Martian if it is. Nobody's stealing your comment, Axie. Worry not. The funny thing is, I have a friend here who is an actual alien. The story goes that their UFO crash landed here a few days ago, and they're looking for a way to get it fixed to get off this planet. Yeah, their name would be Akitu. Cute little alien. A little, let's just say, smoochy. Has a fond liking for chicken sandwiches. Carries a adorable yet deadly ray gun around their hip. If you want to see a photo of them and myself, head on over to my Discord. There's a little channel there called VR Chat Screenies. You can also post your screenshots there if you wish. How are you not sweating? Perhaps the desert has taken all of it. Or I've just grown accustomed to the temperature and find this pretty comfortable. What year is it? You should probably check the calendar, Adrian. Yeah. I see. I didn't know you had custom emotes. What do you mean? If you're talking about the gestures, I actually have those disabled, see? Everything comes from my actual face. Oh, I see. Yes, you get these if you subscribe. What year am I in? I'm not sure actually. The space program began at 1959. This is, from what I understand, that space program is no longer present more than a couple of decades ago. So we're probably close to a century ahead. Correct me if I'm wrong. I see, Leia. I need to fix that. In my Discord server, guys, I'm gonna make it clear. There's zero pornography or adult content there. It does have the 18 plus requirement, but that's more of a personal choice of mine. Leia, you just have to get the shadow roll and you can pretty much see all of the channels. Remember, VRC screenies. Oh, I was adjusting my headset. It was getting a little loose. I hope you don't mind. Nika, don't mute. Ban that guy. Thank you. What's going on here? I'm currently perched at an overlook on top of Umbra town. Thank you, Leia. I am still working out the kinks on the Discord. Gonna be polished up after Furality. But make yourself at home. But aside from that, it's just pretty much chat and myself having a conversation. Oh, Adri. The amount of people suggesting me that has been increasing in number. Maybe if I make a proper portfolio, the odds of me being accepted as one is going to increase. Yes, people have been encouraging me to pursue voice acting. I clearly think I'm still very much lacking because I'm really not acting at the moment. This is just how I speak. I do make funny little impressions when chat says, "Oh, you sound like this accent or this and that." But for anything serious, I'm not sure how well I'm gonna fare. But I appreciate the encouragement all the same. Yeah, Leia, I completely agree. I completely agree. Blake, I am using the Meta Quest Pro. Awfully convenient. Has everything built in. It's not the best, but it does its job. Ah, it's so peaceful here. I hope that does not get shattered. It most probably will be. Because I just jinxed it. Yes. The tempo and melody. No, the tempo of the music has this soothing effect to it. Thank you, Adri. Hi there. It costs too much. I can't afford it. I can only afford an Oculus Quest 2. Well, Blake, I have a lot of acquaintances who has a Quest 2 and they are enjoying VR no problem. I mean, sure, you will be missing out on several features such as face tracking, but you'll do great with even just a Quest 2. Not to mention it's really cheap. What? $200 secondhand? Very accessible. No, I don't, Adri. Purely digital only. It sounds like it came from Red Dead Redemption. Which one? Ah, it's $200 for a new one. Now, what do you know? You guys are getting a fantastic deal. I'm not versed with musical instruments, Adam. The most I can do is play some tunes with my harmonica. Both of what, Kimji? The BGM? Hey, if it isn't Cornelius, what do you know? One of my gym friends is here. Well, surprisingly uneventful. That's why I'm here. Oops. At the overlook over the village. I've met a bunch of good people, though. Also surprised I ran into one of the guys I follow, which was Biscuit Fisker. We're finally able to confirm he's actually real. I'm not much of a club goer, so I'm here instead. How about you? Yesterday was the pool toy and plushies meetup, right? Did you have fun? I hope you made friends there. I managed to catch the last 10 minutes of the Nova Beast meetup. I wish I was there earlier. Accursed time travel. Overslept by 12 hours. I wanted to make more Nova Beast friends. Luckily enough, two graced me with their presence earlier. Chat knows what I'm talking about. Right. A villain telling his stories with strong and graceful words. Species. I'm a Nova Beast. I was just talking about the Nova Beast meetup less than a minute ago. Artemis here was surely able to enjoy it to its full extent. I unfortunately was there during the closing hours. More like closing minutes. Why am I in Egypt? I am not in Egypt. Not really villainous. Not at all. Cornelius here can vouch for me. I'm just calm when I'm alone, and quickly lose my composure when I'm with people I'm familiar with. No. Come on. You know how I am. We hang out after workouts. Artemis, how about you go log in and go to my instance? Go say hi. I'm not forcing you though. Yes, I'm very chill to the point that I saw Chance. Hello.
It's me, Artemis.
Oh! I thought you were named Artemis as well. Hello, how are you? Oh no, you can't see me though. Properly, I look strange.
Sorry, I want.
Because you're on Android. It's okay. Come here, come on, say hi. Chat, here is Artemis. I hope you don't mind being shown on camera real quick.
No, I don't mind at all.
Look at Artemis. Adorable. Absolutely adorable. It's so precious. Oh, come on. I can sense the crushing weight dawning over her shoulders the longer the camera lingers, and the more it zooms in. She can do naught but flap her wings in an attempt to curb the social anxiety. I'm just joking. She's so precious. Hello, Artemis. See, everyone in chat likes you. They're saying hi.
I'm sorry I didn't come in and say.
Yeah, you could have said hi earlier. Don't be shy.
I'm sorry I didn't come in and say. Well, you were irritated earlier, and I didn't want to, like.
Irritated? At what? No? I was? Oh, wait. I'm muted in game here. Let me speak. I was? No, when was that?
I was with Celeste, and I wanted to say hi to you.
Oh, when I hopped into the instance. Or was it like earlier when they were
No,
here?
it was like earlier when they were here.
Oh, you could have said hi. Look, they dropped in and said hello like, I don't know, 3 times?
Well, I didn't want to come bother your stream, though.
That's okay. Look, if anything, thank you for letting me know in ahead. So I could at least prepare.
Because I wanted to not. I didn't want to bother you, so.
It's okay. You're not bothering me at all. Are you happy now that you were able to say hi?
Yes.
Awesome. That's what matters to me. You're happy. Mission accomplished, chat. She's so polite. She's so cute. All the head pats to her. See? Support. It's a shiny. Get a Pokeball. No, she's not a pal. I can't.
I love Pokemon.
We can chat. She likes Pokemon.
If I can go if you want me to.
It's okay. Hey, if you're off to make friends, don't let me stop you. If you want to hang around here, I'm just talking with chat. That's all.
Okay.
So yeah, let's keep the camera like this for now. She's my favorite new Pokemon. Every introvert ever. No, she can stay. Well, she's staying. Does she have different avatars? My mod is asking if you have different avatars you want on the show.
Oh yeah. This is one of my favorite. It's a orca. Since I'm a dorka, it's a orca.
A dork. That's cute. No, that's adorable. Look. If anything, I think there's a severe lack of representation of the more aquatic species. Seeing you as an orca makes me happy. I love sharks. I love orcas.
Love orcas.
Yeah.
What about manatees?
I have yet to see one, so you can show.
Ooh. Now I
Manatees,
have to try to find one.
She's so sweet, to be honest, says Lie of Wolves. I kinda wanna hang out with her. Guys, go add her up. Well, ask her permission first. Her IGN is Ray_the Dorka. Send some sunshine her way. Also, dolphins. I have yet to see dolphins, actually.
Yeah, I haven't seen a dolphin, surprisingly.
Right? I haven't seen an actual dolphin. Funny because from the side,
Seen, like,
people say I look like a fish. But yeah, go on, you're saying? You can't see me, don't
see it.
worry.
You look like
Oh.
a fish.
Oh, you can see me in my fallback. Is that it? The really pixelated version?
Yeah.
Okay. See, chat is giving you 100% reception. Don't get so socially anxious.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, feel free to recharge if your social battery just ran out. I feel the same way. Feel free to sit and relax if you want. I can always just put the camera back on me. And you can just listen in on the stream.
No, that's fine. I
Oh.
am technically still on the stream.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Company and silence. This is actually a good angle, isn't it, chat? That Oki is so cute. She's absolutely cute, chat. It's the 100% adorable, precious energy.
I'm trying to catch my tail.
You'd have to turn a bit faster so the momentum. There you go.
I got it! I got it! There we go.
Mission accomplished. She got it. Spin. Boop her. The tail. Very good angle. She's dancing. Yes, she is. The spinnies. The goobers. She better stay. She shows. Action fixture spelling. How are we doing? Do the man. No. They want the Macarena dance.
Hey, Macarena.
There you go, Axiom. You got a double Macarena dance. Congratulations.
Macarena dance time.
Yes, we already did. You already did. Watch the VOD. You finally got it after 2 weeks of pestering me. How long am I going live? Well, we're still going strong with 32 viewers.
Oh, someone asked if you have a fursuit.
No, I don't. It's only this. Logie, you probably should go rest. We can't have a sleepy truck driver, can we? I see where it is. You are aware that you are on Discord, right? Yes, I am. Do you have other avatars? Asking me? Not really, no. My voice is echoing. Yeah. I think it's being picked up by Ray's microphone.
it's because I have you on stream. Let me just.
Oh.
Let me
Yeah.
just get that off of there for I don't have to.
Sure. Yeah, I'll be keeping my voice in game open then, so you can hear me, or whichever you prefer.
Okay.
Niga's correct. Unlike most VR chat players who I know hop between different avatars, I like sticking to one. I also know another friend who likes to stick to one. Oh no, never mind. Sarah likes to change. What is the survival funds? That is what it is. It's funds for survival. Somebody fully filled that up the other day, and that gave me enough supplies to, well, last a while. TLDR, it's the drinks and lasagna fund. Let's stick with that. Hikaru Fluff says, yes, it's the lasagna. Shh, that's a secret. We don't talk about that.
Oh, you're like Garfield.
I love lasagna. I super duper love lasagna. Hikaru Fluff says, I think I met you. It's super good. It's like 11 out of 10. Hikaru, where did we meet?
Sorry, I keep on interrupt you.
No, it's okay. I'm trying to chat because apparently they met me. From where? The Nova Beast meetup?
Yeah, the Nova Beast meetup, probably.
I can't remember, but I'm a bunny. Ooh, let me remember. I don't run into bunnies that often. But was it here in Furality? Or is it perhaps in... Furality. Yesterday. I don't remember.
63 people, but there's like nobody here.
They're all downstairs. You can check them out, Ray. Take a peek. Mind the drop, it's a little
I was
high.
down there earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, my legs would hurt.
Your legs will indeed hurt. Hikaru, if we run into each other again, say hi. I'm the blue bunny wearing... Hold on. Maybe we met each other while watching like that ceremony thing. Where the space program was being... Yeah. I was sitting up over by the ledge on like the little like patio thing. I have a screenshot. I'm actually gonna look at it right now. Oh, give me a moment, Chad. While I try and recall who this particular chatter is.
You're just meeting everyone today.
I know. Wait a second.
That's a good thing, ain't it?
Yeah, probably is. You see, I was with the Nova Beast who had a lovely looking skirt and a long sleeve and glasses. There was this adventurer with light cyan fur and a lot of adventuring gear on them. Or else, there was a blue fox that reminds me of Crystal with like a white shirt. Where is the bunny? Just say hello next time. So I remember, my memory isn't that great. Who's in the back? This would be Artemis. Artemis is one of you viewers. They wanted to say hi earlier this morning, but they didn't get the chance to, and now they have. That's a summary of it. She's really precious, isn't she?
Wait,
good.
Gibbous, can I friend you or no?
Of course.
Okay, I just wanted to ask before because I don't like to just friend people.
See? Chat, you should follow her example. Not to be rude to people sending friend requests, but at least ask permission, right? And don't feel hurt if they say no. People will often want to get to know you, or at least have a conversation with you at the very least before accepting.
Can I show my tail tour?
I didn't want to be a nuisance or anything. Like, I just wanted to.
You're super polite. I appreciate that, really. Can I show you my tail? Asked Logie. What are you asking? In the Discord, sure. He's one of the most politest people I've seen on VR chat. If only everyone would have at least 10% of her politeness, the world would be a better place. Well, Hikari is open to her. They am being added as a friend. Niga is asking, how old is Artemis? Artemis, do you mind telling us your age? You don't have
I'm about to turn 19.
She's about to turn 19.
My birthday.
When's your
birthday's
birthday?
in 2 days. June 9th.
Chat, can we greet her an advance happy birthday? It's in 2 days. Oh, there we go. Advance happy birthday to you, Ray. I wish you could see my smiling face right now. But... Happy birthday, cutie. Advance happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy early birthday. Happy born day advance.
I didn't just squeal or.
Advance happy birthday. Sorry if I haven't a gift for you, says Blake. A birthday girl, says Leia Wolves. And there you have it. You got a lot of greetings in advance.
Hey, that's probably the most I've had since I was 12 because I've never had celebrated my birthday.
Do you hear that, chat? She's never had as much greetings as she did since 6 years ago. That needs to be fixed. We need to give her a cake of some sort. You give, guys.
It's fine. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
She
you.
got-
Oh, really? Thank you. Thank you.
I sort of understand that
gosh,
she
I'm
did
about
that.
to cry.
Guys, don't overwhelm her. Don't overwhelm her. I know you want loves and everything.
Fine, I love it. I love it. Thank you. Happy New Year's. No. Happy birthday.
She lives up to her name, huh? Look, but by the way, Ray, you can join the Discord if you want. Now that I know how old you are, feel free. We can hang out, fun, celebrate your birthday with her, right?
Okay, cool.
The link though, you have to go to my Twitch It's there. It's not on my TikTok. I'm sure you can find it. A lot of people
Okay, I'll have to.
Take your time with it.
Yeah, I'll have to. Alright, let me go do that real. Well,
Give
I'm
her a
still gonna
birthday
be
hug.
here,
Come
I'm
here,
gonna
quick.
do it on my- I'm coming.
Come here.
Alright,
Okay.
there we go.
Happy birthday in advance. 48 hours from now.
Whee!
You shall level up soon. Alright, now go find that Discord.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay. You apologize too much. Okay, everybody in chat's happy. Oh, wow. Did not expect Geb to be like this, huh? You always think I'm serious, calm, and collected. The Geb you know is this one. The Geb today.
I swear, sometimes you just have some world you're in.
I load you. Oh my god. I thought the devil showed up for a second. I was like, oh my god. Are you in fallback?
The devil has come to take your soul. Am I No, it's PC only.
No, there we go. Oh, you're beyond
I think so.
110 MB. Goodness, what's with your avatar?
Yeah.
Oh, that explains it. Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna change just so it's not.
Ogie has been a member of the Discord for, I think, close to a week now. I don't think you can see them. You have to be in my invisible frame over here. There it is. Started as another one of you chatters. Found the breadcrumbs to my Discord, and here they are. They drive trucks. By the way, Ray. Ray or Artemis?
Yeah.
Which you prefer?
You can just call me either.
Okay, I'll call you Ray.
Artemis is my first.
Your first.
Artemis is my first suit name.
Oh.
Ray, is that your favorite avatar?
Yes.
Ray, do you have a picture of your
That
avatar?
or my Swaria. I don't have a avatar that's personal to me.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Whatever
I
you
do like-
feel most comfortable in. Because one of my artist friends is asking for a reference. Little something for your birthday.
Oh hell yeah.
Just post it on the Discord. I allow you to.
Okay. Let me. My name should be Ryuku
On Discord. Did you join the server yet?
I'll just I'll hit up the social.
I'm trying to. Oh, there you go. Let me join.
Sponsored by Enso Jarts, aka Neon. They're making a visual novel, a furry one, a boys' love one. I'm so excited to see the project be released on ETA June or July. I'm definitely gonna playtest it. Neon here is part of my Discord community. Very active. Made a lot of fan art too. Yeah, they work so quick and well. I'll see you, Civil. Thank you for hanging out in stream.
Oh, we're missing one. Okay.
Yeah. When's the... Congratulations. When's the live gonna end? You know, I am on 20% of my trackers. I should end in... Let's give it 15 minutes.
There you go, Gab. That's the level 2 server.
What's that? Oh, you boosted it? Thanks. Nice.
Yeah.
We have more slots.
You were missing one boost.
Okay. Cool. Guys, gentle reminder, the Discord is for 18 plus only, okay? There's no porn there, alright? There's no porn, 100%. But just for reasons, like, there can be, like, more adult-oriented humor and jokes that fly around that might not be suitable for minors. So, we want to stay on the safe side. There.
I don't really have a persona.
Looks like it's time for you to make one, or at least pick.
Oh, I do actually have one. Why did I not think of that one?
Look at chat, being so supportive. And some people akin me to being a villain. Why is that, chat? Thank you, Kathy.
Damn, it's almost 4 a.m.
You
Jesus, are you
need
like,
to go to
from the United
bed,
States,
Ray.
or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say like, okay, you need to go. You need to go sleep.
The Discord's not gonna go anywhere.
Take that
So,
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, go rest.
Okay.
It was
Hey,
nice
good
meeting
night,
you.
you two.
Good night.
It
One
was
day
nice
closer.
meeting you too.
Yeah, same.
I
Of
know.
course. Is that your kid? No, that's not my kid. Oh no.
That is such a wild like
Oh,
answer though.
are you implying I'm like a dad? I mean,
Yeah, you do
don't.
sound like someone who could be a dad. You do sound like one. Yeah, I'm not making it easier for you. I know.
No, I understand. Okay. Okay, fine. So be it. Definitely could be a dad. Alright, chat. Looks like we're changing our layout today. Alright, we're just gonna burn through the minutes, and we have 11. Well, no, we have 10 left. And then I'm gonna take a break. Is that your that is not my wife.
What?
Somebody in chat was asking if that was my wife.
Oh no.
No.
Well, first of all, I don't think I have the facilities for that.
Yes, there's no the thing. The important thing.
Yeah. Yo.
I mean, sure, you can fit a USB in like a LAN port, but it doesn't work that way. Okay. Are you friends? Yeah, we're friends. We're friends. Hole is a. I'm not even gonna read the complete sentence. I'm gonna do it. I'll see you, bloody. What hand gesture did you just do? The plugging the USB gesture. See? Ding, ding, ding. That thing. Chat needs to behave. Oh, it's not showing up. What? Chat needs to behave. Oh, it's evaporating so quick because it's so hot. Is
Didn't it
your
say, like it was like 42 degrees?
Here it's yeah, it's judging by the white hot blazing heat, or probably close to 60. Is your friend
we
a
did have a weather
boy?
forecast yesterday. No, I don't know because I don't really have a gender.
Right.
That's the thing.
Oh my! Of all people
Yeah,
to
I'm the one
ask.
without a gender.
Okay, listen, chat. This may sound like I'm making it up. Logi here is the exception in our planet that actually. Should I say it?
Yeah, just go ahead. Go ahead.
Logi here is the exception in our planet who can multi-class. They can cast magic and fight with their sword. It's yeah, that. There are very rare instances where people have, though that perk.
Born to be fashionable in both areas of expertise.
Yes. Logi is definitely unique. That's why I asked them on Discord, what do you mean? And this and that. All sorts of interesting anatomical questions. It was for science.
Yeah.
Yes. I'll see you, Cinema Roll. I'll see you. Five minutes, chat. We have 5 minutes remaining. And then I need to recharge. Not physically and mentally. Hello, Blue Wolf. Oh, the viewer count's
Isn't it also
increasing.
time for you to go sleep?
You know, because of last night, my sleep schedule got reset into a normal person's ish. Let's see. I pretty much sleep whenever I'm sleeping.
see.
So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's up to you. You're an adult. You can figure it out.
Yep.
You're an adult. You're adult. That let's just call it at that.
Let's stick with it.
Yeah.
I'll see you, Kathy. My YouTube is Gebus. It's in my TikTok. I post my VODs there. Well, yeah, I do. So if you want raw, uncut editions of my streams, you can just rewatch it there. Thank you. Also to all 43 plus 6 viewers. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you like what you see. I have been graced by how many guests today? There was the two the two visually fantastic ones earlier, and then we had the precious one whose birthday's in 2 days, and then we now have Logi, the special,
The genetic mutation.
the mutation, the mutant.
Yeah, the mutation.
The mutation. And then Axiom, unfortunately, is missing. He's somewhere, probably climbing trees. Yes, well,
climbing the dealer's den tower.
Climbing the dealer's den
Something like that.
tower, yes. Okay, Axiom, what is your question? Sorry, I'm 9 minutes late. The highest amount of viewers you had at one time. On TikTok, 150 something. On Twitch, because of a raid, 300 plus. But now we're just at 6 and like 36. Hi there, Skylar. Also, thank you for the follow, Nico Lu. And we have just hit our 4-hour mark. Thanks, Blake. Is it your day off today? Logi?
Yeah, I usually take the weekends off just to, refresh and recharge.
And then Monday to
Oh.
Friday, you're on
'Cause
the
I-
wheel.
Yeah, I'm on the wheel, yeah.
Okay, I
Plus,
see.
we have something called like rock under the bridge here in Denmark right now, where I'm from, and basically I had to drive some people around and make sure they actually got home safe instead of like drunk driving.
Oh, okay. Okay. Like a good Samaritan sort of deal going on. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's a way of like earning a bit of side cash, so you can like keep everything running.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cool. This is my second day, Erkan. I look, if I don't read chat and I don't say I missed it, I purposely ignored it because it's probably nonsense. Like, oh, do you have a beard? Oh, what's your dad's name? Oh, what's your exact address? Like, what's 1+1? Like, come on, guys. Thank you for the time check, Nika. It's Jack Possible from Twitch. Is it a form of expression? Honestly, it's the same rule with clothes, I guess. Well, for me, if I think I look cool in it, I wear it. Plain and simple. And happy Saturday as well, Laney. Oh God, I got it right last stream. I'll see you, Blake. 2 minutes, chat. 2 minutes. What's your favorite day of the week? Friday, because nothing gives me a more fulfilling sense of anticipation for the weekend than Friday. Oh, 4 hours. Oh man, okay, maybe I am sleepy. Maybe I will take that nap and wake up before 9 o'clock so I can attend that Southeast Asia meetup. Maybe
Oh, yeah,
take
that's
off.
tonight?
Yeah, it's that's in 4 hours.
Oh yeah, I see, yeah. Nice. That would be
Yeah.
3 p.m. for me, so.
Hmm.
I don't know if you're going to the Cyrix live performance.
What's that?
It's the guy who made Fate of the Irobloss and stuff. He's making a live performance
Of
as a main
what?
event.
What's he gonna perform?
Like techno. Like he's a DJ. That's yeah.
Not my thing.
Oh, okay.
I'm not very much of a club guy, if you haven't known. Why do you think I'm hanging out at the Overlook instead of, you know?
Yeah, I feel that.
Hi, fashion icon. I did drop by Club Fin though. I can take it, like, I just won't be at the dance floor. That's it. I'll be at the restaurants or the food. Ooh, last minute chat. Come on. I gotta say goodbye to Logie here. Alright, I guess we can say our closings. Chat, thank you for tuning in today. We had a most wonderful selection of guests. We had 2 beauties, we had the most precious one, and now we have Logie. The unique. I'll make it sound bad. But yeah, thank you for hanging out.
Yeah, like hey, I'm used to it.
Yeah, thank you for hanging out. This is the desert. Yeah. What else? I will catch you again maybe You know what? I might actually stream again later. I have nothing really better to do. Unless there's like people to talk to. Right? So we'll see. If not later, maybe tomorrow. Alright? I cannot promise. I will definitely be in VR chat later, 9 p.m. plus 8 GMT for the Southeast Asia meetup. If any of you are going, don't be afraid to say hi or like message me what instance you're in. No, I'm gonna post it in my Discord what instance I'm in. So if you're there, you can track me and whatever. Not creepy at all, but you know what I mean. Okay. Chat, thank you so much for tuning in. I wish you bye-bye. Logie, wanna say goodbye to them?
Stay safe, chat, and go grab some water. You all need it.
Grab some water. Okay, now to Twitch. We're still here. Our little bonus 30-second there as usual. Yeah, I'm a little hungry. I hope you like the change of pace that happened in today's stream. We had guests as usual every weekend. And what else is there to say? Yeah, probably catch you later. I'll be on Discord. Thank you so much. Bye.
And it's a